I'm sure I forgot to set something up. I'm sure there's a button that I didn't hit somewhere. That's okay. We're gonna get it started. We're gonna go. We're gonna see what happens. Hi. Hello. Hello, Sonic. Hello, Standing. Hello, everyone. Hello, lurkers and VoD watchers. I hope you are all having a good start to the week. Hi, Tech. Tech has been cranking out some damn good art lately. Good to see ya, everyone. Good to see ya. I hope you are all having a lovely Choomsday. No, you. Okay, so, couple of things to talk about up at the top. Where's Cute Rock? Where? I don't see one. Is it the art? Where are you pointing? Okay, so, couple of things. One, if you guys saw the schedule, we are gonna have a special little stream on Friday. It's probably gonna be a shorter stream. It's definitely gonna be a shorter stream, but we're gonna try it out. We're gonna try out a little stream on Friday, and see how it goes. So it's gonna be a little earlier than our normal weekday streams. It's gonna be at 5:30 Pacific, which is 8:30 Eastern and 12:30 a.m. GMT, if I remember correctly. So yeah, if you guys can make it, I hope to see you there. The other thing is I was joking about this on the Discord the other day, a little while back, and I was like, okay, hang on, this might actually be a good idea. So we have a new chat command. If you do !mean, that has a counter attached to it, and for every time that I am mean to myself, I will do a push-up, and I am gonna get so swole. So yes, hopefully that'll be fun. Just, you know, please use it responsibly. And I will either stop saying so many mean things about myself, or more likely I'm gonna get really jacked. What happened this weekend? Not a lot. It was a pretty laid back weekend. I did a lot of drawing, which was really nice. I was working on stuff. Kind of just did some stuff around the house, did some cleaning. Just kind of chilled out. It was definitely a better start to the week than last week was. I actually feel like I have a decent amount of rest. I have energy. My brain can focus for longer than like 30 seconds at a time, which is a good start. Yeah, I think we're going pretty well. I feel like the art piece is coming along all right. I went to Texas is crazy. Found some random stuff in the yard from trash. Okay. Somebody's throwing shit. Well, stay safe, Sonic. I have heard it's pretty crazy out that way. Got a lot of storms and stuff going through. I hope nothing more than a little bit of detritus gets thrown your way. Hopefully no cows. Or trailers. One day we'll come to stream and see you all jacked and just be like, you look 2,000% huge. Thanks, bro. I've been working out. The brain, the spirit is weak, but the body is huge. The question is, who still uses CDs nuts? I don't know. I feel like CDs were not actually a very good medium. I guess they're okay for stuff like video games and movies. like they were okay for just like a storage. The funny thing to me is how we had game cartridges, and then we developed CDs, and everyone was like, look at how much you can store on a CD. You can put so much on here. And for games, it's like you can put FMVs, you can put better graphics, you can put all of this stuff. You can put all of this stuff. And then it made the cartridge go away for a long time because people just wanted that higher level of fidelity, right? And now we're back to cartridges. Like, if you have... Well, so the PS5 still has CDs. If it has anything. But the CDs are cheaper than cartridges, and that was probably a factor as well. True. But then we got really good at flash storage. And we figured out, oh yeah, we can have a cartridge that has like as much or more storage than a CD does, and reads like twice as fast. So what if we just did that instead? And then we all went back to cartridges. We all went back to drives and cartridges, and it's like, this is fine. I guess there are still some Blu-rays. Like, there's still some use of Blu-rays, but I don't know. I feel like not as much. I feel like once we got larger flash storage, right, for like USB drives and everything, everyone just kind of went, this is good. This is good. This works. Watch, we're gonna figure out how to have like portable PCIe drives, because we have the NVMe hard drives, right, that are just like the size of a stick of gum now. Imagine just having a thing that you could, like a port that you could just insert the drive and it just works like a USB drive. Blu-rays were hard to burn. I admittedly, yeah, I think my family only ever really tried to do like CD and DVD burning. I don't remember ever trying to burn a Blu-ray. But yeah, oh god, especially Sony, being Sony, I bet trying to get those to run, or yeah, get it. I bet they put all kinds of bullshit in there just to make it a pain in the ass to work. Fucking Sony, man. I never really... God, Blu-rays came into effect, what, with the PS3? Yeah. Yeah, that was the whole Blu-ray versus HD DVD thing. And the Blu-ray ended winning out. Now that I think about it, does the Xbox use Blu-ray? It must, right? I don't think Microsoft was that petulant that they were like, no, we're still going to use HD DVDs. It's like 10 years later and they're still not letting that go. It would be so dumb. I don't know. I have a PS4 and I have a Switch and I barely use either of them. Which reminds me, I should probably, if I'm going to buy anything on the Steam sale, I need to do that soon. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else. So I did get some stuff set up for Friday. And I was trying it out yesterday. And it's like, I think it'll work. It's not going to be 100%. There's definitely going to be some scuff. There's going to be some problem solving, and you know, it's going to be a test run, but hopefully it'll work well enough that it'll be okay. We shall, excuse me, we shall see. Yes. God, honestly, yeah, that's about it. That's what my day was. I got stuff set up and then I just did a lot of drawing. I've been playing a little bit of Monster Hunter. Definitely slowed down a little bit just because it's like, you know, I'll log on, I'll do a couple of hunts, knock some stuff off the wish list, and I'm like, that was good. I'm satisfied. There was a really good meme I saw. It was that illusion of choice meme. And, you know, the two hallways were Wilds is a good game, Wilds is a bad game. And at the end of the hallway, it's just 5 more years of arguing whether World or Rise is better. 8 more years of just playing Monster Hunter GU. And I'm like, motherfuckers. Why can't you just be happy? Why can't you just enjoy the damn game? People gotta get all up in arms like, oh, I like this one. It's good, it's bad. It's like, it's fun. Shut up. I was thinking, because, you know, the tryhards are gonna... The tryhards, I think, have already burned through Monster Hunter Wilds. I think they have already, like, played... Which cozy game is better, Stardew Valley or Sunhaven? I've played neither, so I can't really say. Hang on one second. Oh, that's weird. Give me 1 second. I gotta restart Clip Studio. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. Okay, let me restart it. I had a glitch earlier. I think my graphics driver like shit the bed or something. And the system recovered, but everything kind of freaked out. And so my history bar was just a black window. Okay, here we go. Oh, and then Clip Studio lost it. I hate when Clip Studio loses its recent file history. It's like, you have one job. I will say I'm very impressed by Stardew Valley, because Stardew Valley is one person, and he's kind of crazy. He kind of just keeps making stuff and adding stuff to the game for the fun of it, and because people, you know, care about it, and he appreciates that. And I think it's really cool that he can sort of continue to respond to what the community wants like that. I don't really know Sunhaven. I got no opinions on it. I don't think either game is really my type. Do I own Stardew Valley? I feel like I do. I feel like I tried it at one point and was like, eh, not really my thing. I could have sworn I like opened it once, but I don't have it in my library, so I don't know where I would have done that. Is a mystery. Okay, I think I'm gonna start with the hand here. Hand would be fun. I like my hands. I don't know. So yeah, I figure we'll get at least a couple more sections worked on tonight, and then maybe we'll switch over and do some animatic work later if it feels like we're making good progress here. I linked the video. I meant to link it earlier, but I linked the video on the Discord. It was Chris Cassatt's latest video, and they were talking about how the human brain sort of has all of these systems developed to handle processing of the world and sort of figure out like what's going on, what's course of action to take in a given situation, etc., etc. And it was very interesting. One of the things that they were talking about in particular that I like really sort of, I heard that and I had that Leo moment of like, wait, that's the thing. Was talking about how with really sort of rapid situations, you know, like playing sports or something, or responding to sudden changes in situations, sudden things that you have to react to, the brain does this process of going through just a rapid sort of sequence of predictive models and sort of locks in on which one seems to be the best course of action. So before you've even had a chance to think about it, your brain has already made a decision and is enacting a plan, enacting an action to make it happen. And there are some songs when I'm playing Beat Saber where I have described it as I cannot think about it. I just have to trust the force. I just have to like follow the rhythm of the song and let myself do it. If I try and manually react to what the song is doing, I fail. I to borrow a Zoomer term, I crash out. And I think it's basically that system, that there is enough sort of inherent subconscious understanding that to try and interrupt that system with conscious thought, the conscious thought can't actually process it fast enough to develop a strategy and execute it. I just have to leave it to the automatic thinking. It's a very interesting video, and I definitely recommend giving it a watch. Chris Cassatt is a fun channel. It's all just stuff to think about, and yeah, some of it can be very existential dreadcore, but it's still fascinating stuff. And I feel like, you know, all of the topics are, well, I suppose not all, but you know, most of them are things that are happening. They are facts. And so it's like, okay, well, you know, sure, maybe it's an uncomfortable topic, or maybe it creates a measure of anxiety, but it's also something that in my opinion, like, it's better to know that and then sort of figure out if it's something to take action about or just have an awareness of, and then you can move on, right? If it doesn't ultimately impact you and it's not that important, then it's okay. And if it is something, it turns out like, oh, you care about this is important and you want to do something about it, well, now you know you can start doing something about it. Or you can just go play Monster Hunter. Honestly, fair plan. Fair plan. I just realized. So the new Assassin's Creed drops on Thursday. Yes, it drops on Thursday, the 20th. And I am genuinely more excited for the new War Bond in Helldivers that drops on the same day. Like a minor update for a game that I've already been playing for a year is infinitely more exciting than the new Assassin's Creed. And I almost feel bad just because I remember how much I loved Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood. And I wish I could bring myself to care about this one. I'm sure there are people at Ubisoft that worked very hard to make the best game that they could. But I feel like Ubisoft has burned a lot of their goodwill. And I don't know really what to expect with this one, I guess. I'm not particularly optimistic. I would be happy to be wrong. I would be very happy if it turns out, hey, they actually made a really good game. They made a really good entry in the Assassin's Creed franchise that deserves to be in there. But I'm not optimistic. Put it that way. Hello, 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 hello. I hope you're having a good Choomsday. Welcome in. I saw you had a little accident earlier. I hope you're feeling better. There we go. 3, 2, 1. The hand's a little too thick, so we're just gonna slim it down on the side here. Here we. There we go. I was talking with my roommate last night about, we were talking about a bunch of stuff. They had been out for the weekend, so we were just kind of catching up and whatnot. But one of the things that we got to talking about was VTubers, surprise. And they were mentioning, if you guys know Cinder, the Hellhound VTuber, kind of low-key, like a really big deal and a really talented content creator. Also, we were looking at went sale pending before he got any of our questions back. Have a nice Tuesday. Mayor cut the milk here and said, "Oh fuck, dude." So it's been a bit of a day. I'm sorry. There we go. I'm sorry, mate. Some days are just a frick day. And we say frick you, and we get a good rest, and we pick it up tomorrow. Yes. Cinder is good. I haven't spent a lot of time watching her, but I like her. She's nice. But my roommate was mentioning that she has a number of models that she has gotten made, which are like full screen, you know, gotcha banner art style images, right? They do the whole sort of looping idle animation thing, but then they're also hooked, like they're proper VTuber models that are hooked up and respond to face capture and everything. And it's really interesting. Like, the technology is there, and it's obvious when you think about it, because Live 2D was not originally built to do VTuber models, right? The program was there essentially sort of in the same way that people used to do flash animation, right? That you would bring in these little 2D images and you would key them up and move them around, and you would create animations and animation loops and such. And then someone went, okay, but what if we set this up in a way that instead of just running a static loop, we actually could like make it respond to input? And then Live 2D went, say more. So it's not a surprise that, you know, someone went, well, what if we had a model that did both? What if we created a model that had sort of the traditional loop image design, the loop animation setup, but then also was built to be a 2D or a VTube Studio model? If anything, it's kind of surprising that like more people haven't thought to do that. I suppose to some degree there's a bit of like technical limitation, right? Because VTuber models simultaneously are not that demanding, but are also quite demanding. So it might just be, especially early on, it was like, yeah, trying to do like a full-size Nikkei image, but also have it be VTube Studio compatible is just, it's too much. Can't do it. Where did I put my tea? There you are. Where did I put my cup? There you are. Sorry. Cheers, mates. I'm not about to go do one of those or anything, because they're also a fuck ton of work is a big part of it, right? Like a normal VTuber model is a lot of work, and then to do something as demanding as that is like at least twice as much. But I do want to do some more upgrades to my model while I'm in there setting other stuff up. We'll try and make some like adjustments to the expression stuff, and maybe improve the mouth a little bit. The mouth is a little Let me actually hit a button real quick. I don't know. I'm always like, are you working right? Are any of our bodies working right? God, if I had the option to like go full cyberpunk and just chrome out my body, I might. I probably would. See a bit of behind the scenes from animation work in the past. I'm afraid to show me the details. I don't know. There's the whole like danger of cyber psychosis in cyberpunk, and I'm just like, worth it. I'd still take that leap. I wonder how much it would cost. I don't know. The basics of setting up a VTuber model are not that complicated, especially nowadays. So one of the things that I think has been a massive boon over the past few years is the number of people that have been involved in the scene. Means there's just a ton of material, a ton of resources that you can work with, that you can look up and find answers to pretty much any question out there, right? I do think for the pioneers, the people that were sort of in the scene, be it streaming in general or making VTuber models, etc., etc. There was a lot of everyone sort of having to make their own wheel, right? Everyone kind of had to figure things out and develop their own methods. So I definitely have respect for those guys who didn't have a bajillion YouTube videos and Reddit threads and Discords explaining how to do stuff. But at this point, I think there is enough available that if you are inclined to work on a VTuber model, it's very, very doable. And then the real sort of question becomes, well, how complex do you want it to be, right? Because some of it is, there's more complicated systems to get involved with, and some of it is you're doing the same thing, but you're doing it many more times to get all of the details that you want to. Okay. I can definitely understand it being daunting, but I'm always of the mindset of, if it's something that you're interested in, you should go ahead and give it a go. You might find it's not for you. You might find that you don't particularly want to spend the amount of time that would be needed to get good at it, but it's worth trying. The only real downside with stuff like that is, well, I'm trying to remember. I want to say, like, Live 2D will let you download the program and just go nuts with it. Like, you can make stuff. And I think the two limitations are what you can export and the size of like the files that you can work with, like stuff that the size of the images that you can import. But you know, if you're just curious about like opening the program and seeing how it works and seeing what you can do with it, my recollection is that that part is free. One of the recommendations I got was you making model. Aww! Thank you, Tech. Yes, I have. Oh, and I should do that. I should do another batch after the stream. I have been releasing videos on the YouTube channel. It is messy. It is ugly. I'm just kind of throwing them to the wind and being like, yeah, it's here if you want it. It's there. It's a thing. But probably over time, maybe I'll start actually putting a little more work into like curating stuff. And the VoDs are now being saved directly to YouTube. Shit, did I name this one correctly? I did not. What the hell? Yes, and I am. The videos are also the old ones. They are VoDs from 2023. I'm going in chronological order. But I'm also releasing them in batches of like 2 months a day. So we're gonna catch up soon. Actually, we just the last set I had was all the System Shock stuff and Outer Wilds. And I believe the next set is Alan Wake. So that should be fun. It is kind of fun going back through all the VoDs and being like, oh, that was a good game. I enjoyed that one. If we didn't have so many games to get to, I would be tempted to go back and play some of the greatest hits. Some of my favorites. But if I'm being really honest, I don't think we're going to get to all the games this year that I would like to get to. I have, I would say, at least 12 that I would like to play. And it's like, yeah, that's not happening. Ironically, it's the Outer Wilds. Well, Outer Wilds was fun. Outer Wilds was a really good playthrough. What a good game. I am glad this isn't my job, though. I was definitely looking at doing that at one point, right? I was making plans on being like, okay, I'm gonna have to actually manage a YouTube channel and do social media. I'm gonna have to work the hustle. Because I was planning to be a streamer. And thankfully it didn't go that way. I didn't have to do that. But it was very close. There we go. That is one thing I kind of, well, I mean, I already know the answer, but you know, I have heard that if you know, obviously there's always sort of like asking kids in school, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And apparently, stuff like YouTuber and streamer and everything are becoming fairly common answers, which, I don't know, I think that's fair. Kids give answers like astronaut and firefighter and pilot, and it's like, do you know what goes into that? No, they see the person doing the cool thing and they're like, I want to do that. They're kids. And I think sort of the difference is that a lot of times adults hear that and they get very dismissive of like, oh, you just want to get paid to play video games and sit on the internet all day. It's like, you don't know. Oh. You do not know the amount of work that being a content creator involves. Hello, Knight. I hope you're having a good week. Welcome in. Parents weren't happy with what I apparently said. I don't remember what I said. I think I said a scientist. Because kids don't know the difference between fields of science. They just know they want to do a science. Fuck it. Because science rules. Let's see, let's grab some of that. There we go. What was your answer according to them? What do you want to be when you grow up, little Timmy? I want to be a degenerate. I think we have enough of those already, son. Complete market saturation. Kindergartner. I want to drive fast and pew pew cops. You never give up on family. That's looking pretty good, I think. The big thing is just to not let the hand be very dark, right? Because it's right next to the light source. It's getting, like, it obviously has the light source that's going to be bouncing directly at it, but then, the outer edges of the circle are also going to be hitting the sides. Cousin got grounded for a month. Where did you learn this? I learned it from watching you. There we go. There we go. think we can leave that where it sits for now. So this will spark some interesting conversation with the administration. I guess it's like, it's a kindergartner. Who gives a shit? I'm just gonna go the other arm. I figure while we're sort of in the mode, we might as well keep going with it. There we go. I didn't get to play GTA as a kid. Which, I suppose is fair. Also probably saved me a fair amount of time and money because I never became a fan of GTA. So I'll take that as a silver lining. There we go. I haven't heard anything about 6 in a while. It's probably fine. Just kind of weird that they're not trying to do more to keep people conscious of it. There we go. I do feel so it's not that the sense that I have gotten is that lately I haven't been seeing as many like long-term announcements of games. I feel like more we're seeing, yeah, maybe announcements with a fair amount of lead time, but not as much as like the actual sort of trailers and stuff are much closer to the launch. No worries, Tech. I appreciate you coming by, and you've been working real hard today. You deserve some good rest. I hope you have a really good rest of your week, and I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Cute rock? No. No. No escape from the darkness. There we go. Oh, thank you for the hit pits. Actually, eat home fries. Yes, you should eat. You should eat food. I understand that they are they are tainted mentally, but you should eat food. Yes, all of you should be having food if you have not already. Oh no, not again. Man, it would have been nice if humans were solar powered. You could just stand outside for a little while, get all the energy you need. Instead, you guys just gotta stand outside so you don't get sad. The fuck is that? There we go, nice. You know that video I was talking about? Sort of looking at how much the human brain sort of automates and does without conscious input or even realization that it's happening. It does make me wonder, you know, when you have something like a really common task that you're comfortable with. Hey boss, welcome in. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're having a good week. Good start to your week. You're solar powered. Would that mean areas with lots of suns in California would become the most out of shape areas? I don't know. Can trees get fat? I suppose, actually, do trees get fat? Can trees build up excess energy storage? Pop in and say hi. Hey, well, I appreciate you coming by. I appreciate you thinking of us. You're welcome to hang out as long as you wish, but if you are heading off, I hope you get a very good rest and have a very good midweek. Yeah, I don't know what trees do, because I guess, yeah, trees to some degree will store excess energy, but not to the same degree that animals will. This requires science. Or at least someone smarter at science than I am. How devious! Thank you for the gift, sub mage. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it, Choom. Tech, if you're watching the VoD, be sure to thank Mage. Let's see, who's next? Ooh, we can put this on. Gorilla gift subbing. I would ask if there are anything more. And an anonymous gifter. That's even more dastardly. Thank you, anonymous. Boss, I hope you enjoyed the emotes. Thank you, guys. That's very cute. Oh, we got a hot shot! What the fuck? That's not supposed to happen. I would ask if there were anything more dastardly, but I already know that there is. Because you can poison your boobs. Why would you poison your boobs? It's just so dastardly. It's so evil. What the fuck? Is that Dodogama? No, it's Daijo. From a distance, it looks like Dodogama. Hello, Tenetic. I hope you're having a good Choomsday. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, let's start cleaning some of this shit up. Can get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of this. Oh! What the fuck? Why? Why are you doing this? I can't believe you've done this. You're coming to my stream on today, the day of my cat's quinceañera, and you show me this disrespect. Thank you, Mage, for the 145 biddies. You don't need to do a hype train though, guys. It's okay. I appreciate it. I appreciate it all the same. No! No! Why? Oh, a cosmic bear. Ow, 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 ow. Maybe I need to adjust the numbers a bit. Why is it still going? Fuck! This is my life now. Thank you, Mage, for the 500 not so bitty bitties. I admit I don't normally get the opportunity to see like how long a bit barrage lasts for, so I will adjust that. I'll make fixes. But thank you. I really appreciate it. Maybe we see a longer one. No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That looks pretty good. Color-wise, I think the size is okay. Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna have a bite of cookie real quick. 1 second. There we go. Oh, you broke it! Okay, hang on. It's actually broken. Let me... Why is it broken? Oh, because it maxed out at... What? Oh, it is broken. It's actually fucked up. Oh, I fucked it. I'm sorry, Mage. What is the command for this? Fuck. Oh no. Oh, I fucked everything up. It's all dead. It's dead forever. No! I shall drown in my shame. Oh, Cosmic Bear. There we go. I hope that partially makes up for it, but thank you for the 1,000 additional biddies. Are you good? Are you good? You okay? I really do appreciate it. Your generosity is very kind, and it is received with gratitude and warmth and a little bit of anxiety. No, stop! Wait! I feel like it shouldn't be going on for this long. Ow. Help! I did change the numbers. Why is it still taking this long? Ow. What happened? I don't know. That's very weird. Alright, well, mess with it more later, I suppose. Mage, thank you for it. God, I don't even... What? Another 500? That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you, guys. Was that level 2? What the fuck? Why? Or no, didn't quite reach level 2, but still. It felt like it. It very much felt like. Because because yeah, it could have been a level 2 hype train, or it could be the brain damage, or it could be the brain damage. Joke. Excuse me. Fuck. Or the brain damage. It could be the brain damage. You are right. Joke's on you. All the throwables are aimed at my head. But that's not where my brain is. I'm like some kind of weird insect. My head is a decoy. Just let me do the joke because I cannot send identical message in 30 seconds. There's a really weird thing that I'm like, well, why do you even allow it? That, like, if you type a thing and if you hit Shift Enter, it sends the message, but then it doesn't clear out your chat. So you have the same message loaded up and ready to go, but you can't send the same message again. So why is that an option? I think it does. I know I have, like, I think either holding shift or holding control. I have hit enter because I would be like, you know, pasting an emote, and then I would hit enter too quickly and it would send the message and I would see it show up in chat, but then it's also still in my box and I'm like, okay. Shift enter didn't send. Maybe it's control enter. Or maybe I'm just stupid. I mean, yes, but I swear it has happened. Okay, control enter send. God, I want another Zone of the Enders. If Konami made another Zone of the Enders, would I buy it? Probably. I mean, obviously it would have to be good, but I'm not... I feel like I would be willing to make peace with Konami for another Zone of the Enders. Like, I won't even say that Zone of the Enders 2 was a great game, but it was just so beautifully unique. And so earnest in what it was doing. Also, those animated cutscenes fucking slapped. For all existence. I don't know. Like, I would be overjoyed, but I don't imagine it's on Konami's radar to do it. Using AR because of Steam's requirement to label it if it uses AI. Is anyone surprised? Is anyone surprised that Activision took the shitty, scummy route to save a few bucks? That's their entire MO. It is funny that they got busted by Steam for it, though. That's good. I admit I had not heard about that because I don't give a shit about Call of Duty, and so I wasn't paying attention to it at all. remember I really enjoyed the original Modern Warfare 2. And I thought that was really well done. I feel like it started... That was where a lot of the cracks really started to show through. In like the way that they made Call of Duty. Just in terms of, you know, you play the same level over and over again, and everything is exactly the same. Like where enemies spawn from, what events happen, how quickly they happen. You know, if you get good enough, you can start eliminating enemies faster than the triggers can spawn. And you're just like, oh, okay. There was a zombie hand that was struggling with the usual... Cool. It's such a fucking shame. I feel like there are actual applicable uses for AI, and we're not doing those. Instead, it's all just this weird, gimmicky cash grab bullshit, and I just was like, could we stop? Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Just get some of that going up the farther up the arm, so it'll be easier to blend the two together, right? There we go. Okay, cool. I do feel like... I don't know if we're gonna make this bigger? I feel like there's gonna be a bit of an adjustment once we get to the animation part. I feel like there's a little bit of a mismatch, but I'm not quite sure where it is yet. Okay. I was very happy yesterday because if you guys remember, incredibly talented artist Mookie had a stream yesterday. She showed up and was working on some emote commissions. It was really great just seeing her. You know, she's still going at it. So yeah, I was just kind of chilling in her stream for a while and working on stuff and chatting. It was nice. It's nice. It's always nice seeing dare I say, a friend come back. And is that too parasocial? Maybe a little bit. Parasocial greens. Where's my... Okay, right. I love Moogie so much. I was very happy to see her. I know things have been kind of rough lately, so I hope she's doing okay. Don't put that there. Okay, forearm. I'm gonna hide the upper arm for a minute just to make it clearer where the lines of distinction are, right? I actually want to try having this little like floater piece right here. And just, I know I already mentioned this, but we have a few people that weren't here at the top. We do have a new counter, little chat counter with exclamation point mean to call me out whenever I'm being mean to myself. She's not the only one who used to watch this take an extended hiatus. It's hard. It's really hard. And it is sad. It is sad when people that you enjoyed spending a lot of time with and hanging out and everything, you know, have to go on break for whatever reason, or just feel like they have to go on break, etc. I think there has been sort of a noticeable downturn a little bit in terms of like viability in streaming for a lot of folks, right? A lot of folks are sort of figuring out like, what else can I do, or you know, what can I sort of mix this with? It's hard out there, and streaming is a lot of work. It turns out there's a lot to it, and it can be very taxing to do it for a long time. Yeah, 100%. I would much rather someone stop streaming for their own well-being than continue streaming but be miserable doing it, or be neglecting their needs. which streamers are notoriously good at taking care of themselves and acknowledging their own needs, right? Right? Chat? Smile? It's definitely not the reason that Twitch had to put in a rule basically saying you can't threaten your physical well-being for clout. I'm trying to get the right balance on this edge. The translucency of the shirt. There we go. I think that'll do for now. I feel like I want to revisit this, but it'll be helpful to have the other part of the arm drawn up and we can sort of balance the two together more. Okay, and then I want to do one thing, which is I want to go back here. We're gonna grab this. Realizing I didn't quite set up some of the colors the right way, so we're just gonna go in and adjust that, correct it, resolve it. If we're in an incredibly unhealthy work ethic, we're themselves sick, had to work with their partner to force them to step away. Yeah, well, and especially if you're like managing your own work ethic or your own work schedule, there's a lot of potential for it's very easy to overdo it because there's no sort of inherent separation of work time and personal time. Wait, I'm doing this backward. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up, I did. Probably should have started with this, actually. I can see that a lot better than the other one. Yeah. Okay, cool. So then we can just kind of add that in. Water calls my name. Okay, and then if we set this down, yes, overlay doesn't work. Color's probably gonna look weird. Not as bad as I thought, but it doesn't quite work. Okay, let's just set it back to normal and we'll reduce the opacity to like 40%. Okay, so let's merge that in, and if we set that back up to 100% and set that to color at like another 30%, merge that, kind of works, almost works. There we go. Cool. I know that was one thing that I think helped going into grad school, but definitely would have been and was a problem after school of just sort of having a mentality of always having to be doing something productive, right? Had to be working on something, even if it was just a little bit. You know, to the point of, oh, you want to do something fun? You want to play games or go do something recreationally? Well, what have you gotten done today? Yeah, I think having sort of that focus and the drive was helpful during school, where sort of like that was my job was to work on stuff and to get prepared and to build up my skills. But then, you know, when you don't have sort of a structure of like what you're working towards or when it is and is not work time, then yeah, you're just kind of doing it all the time, and that can get really hazardous. There we go. Okay, so then that goes like that. And you are gonna lighten up a little bit like this. Yeah, so you might want to bring some of this darker hue back in. Shit. To the forearm. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we use that to help stand the two apart so it, like, reads more clearly what's what. Maybe that's where we want it to be. No one is coming back to me. Okay, a little bit of overdraw will be a-okay because that's all going to be back behind the body. We're not going to see it, right? A little bit of diffusion of color. Mike's probably picking that up. Could you? Thank you. The correct tool now, please. What you said will never ever leave me. Better. Oh, right, the halo's in the way. Where's the halo? There you are. I'm like drawing right up to the line on the halo. It's like, wait, I don't need to do that. So I was using Clip Studio Paint version 2 point something. I don't know. And they released version 4 very recently, so I did upgrade to that. I haven't really sat down to use any of the like updates to tools. There are a couple nice little quality of life things that they did, so like a few of the tools have slightly better functionality, which is nice, but like overall haven't noticed a huge change going from one to the other. Though in some ways that's a good thing. You know, I tried backing up my brushes and everything, and then I installed the new version. I was like, oh wait, shit, I didn't like save any of my settings or anything. Oh no. So I opened up the program and I prepared for the worst, and everything was exactly where I left it, to the point that I had to go. I went and checked. It was like, is this version 4? Or am I still in version 2? It's like, no, you're in 4. Hey, good night, boss. I hope you get some really good rest, and I hope you have a really good midweek. Thank you for hanging out. Everyone say good night. Appreciate you popping in. But yeah, I was really impressed that they ran the whole update. They upgraded the program from 2 to 4, and like everything was kept exactly in place. I didn't have to do any like resetting. I didn't have to rebind anything or re-import anything. It was just like, yeah, I'm good. It's like, nice. Good setup, guys. Good execution. In between the love, because I miss you all the time. So another way to feel when you didn't want yourself to know and let yourself go. And you didn't lose your self-control. Oh, let's start at the rainbow. There we go. I just thought, I think I should make sure that all of our emotes are on 7TV. I think most of the sub emotes are not. So I need to go in and do that. Let me make a note of it so I don't forget. Because I know Eden does that. I think it's a good idea. Plus mask. I had a post-it note here with space radio written on. I was like, what the fuck was I talking about? It's like, I guess I want to make a radio station for space. I do remember what the conversation was, but I was like, what? There we go. Okay, things for later. Items for later. One of my monitors is getting absolutely covered in post-it notes. This is not great. This was a reminder myself to do. I don't know. Well, I think I got the idea of doing post-it notes from Maya, because she does a lot of post-it notes to try and remember stuff that she thinks to do for stream, or like ideas that come up during the stream, and she's like, oh, I should do that later. I was like, I forget a lot of stuff. I should do that. And it has been helpful. I definitely do recommend it. One thing I found, I'm gonna sound old, but I remember I'm more likely to look at the sticky notes themselves. I'm more likely to look at post-it notes and more likely to remember writing them down than when I write notes to an app. Yeah, that's fair. that is definitely against a point against the physical ones, if that's a concern. But for me, I will write stuff in Notepad++ or I'll write it in an app, and then I'll never think to look at it again. I'll never go back to the app and check what did I write down. I have stuff in my notes app from a decade ago that I never went back and checked because I wrote it down because I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. I want to know about that, or I want to look that up later. And then I never did. I never looked at it. I never checked it. It just never happened. What the dumb fucking thing. I was working in office, so there was a day we were waiting for the program to fix and windmill out of the post. Well, if it works, I guess. I don't feel I've lost in my dreaming. It's the more like us got me feeling like it's all too much. It did actually work. Well, see, you're just doing practical engineering while you wait for something to complete. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I build windmills on company time. And that was how you discovered that your boss was secretly Don Quixote! Watch, this comes in and like body slams your desk to destroy the windmill. I don't feel I'm lost in my dreaming. It's the more like us got me feeling. Death in the face. I think I'll film it as I start working from home. Someone just has a post-it windmill on their desk. They don't know where it came from, but it makes them happy. So I started work this morning, and there's a couple of things I like to check in on, you know, daily YouTube channels. So, you know, I'll do the stand-up, and I'll have my breakfast, and I'll watch my YouTube dailies. And I don't know what happened this morning. I don't know what happened. YouTube's algorithm completely shat the bed. I don't know why it thought I wanted to watch the videos that I recommended, but it was a bunch of shit from channels that I had never watched and had zero interest in. So something in the algorithm, like, had a lobotomy, and it did not work. It was very strange. But it reminded me, I went to watch Eden's stream yesterday. And you know, she had pre-roll ads on, so I opened the stream and I get hit with a pre-roll for erectile dysfunction cream, which I was just like, you motherfuckers have talked about boner pills so much, you actually broke the algorithm to think that it was a relevant topic for the channel. The Twitch ad algorithm actually thinks all of Eden chat has limp dick. It's like, I hope you guys are proud of yourselves. I don't know if you should be. The battle to defeat AI is going to be long and difficult, and that's why you need boner cream. If the stream lasts longer than 4 hours, call a technician. So I'm breaking out of here tonight. When all the wheels are stuck. Speaking of artists that didn't come back, I miss the Proto-Men. Baby, don't have goodbyes. I know you can't come with me. I see that look in your eyes. There's no time to lose. And done, I swear I'm gonna make it right. I'm breaking out of here tonight. There we go. Yeah, basically a goal, such as it do be, is to make this feel as like seamless and cohesive of a drawing as possible, right? But if we put it as a still image, it would still work. It would still make sense. And then we're just gonna make it move. See once we go where she's been out of here tonight. There we go. Cool. Ooh, don't turn your back on the city. Ooh, don't turn your back on the city. Ooh, don't turn your back on the city. Okay. Getting there. Learn today you might want to do the Rathian event quest in Wild. Ooh! Shiny helmet. I did see the event quests. I haven't done any of them. I think I just got used to ignoring all the event stuff in World. So it's just like, skip! Okay. Yeah, I might try and get around to them. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. I think those look alright for now. There's definitely a... It's a little janky. It's a little janky. Let's clean this up. Try again. Trying to make them at least a little worth it. One thing I do wish, so there's the I don't even know what to call it, but like the special armors, right? You find a material, and in the description it's like, try taking it to the smithy. But then you go talk to Gemma and nothing happens, right? She doesn't acknowledge that you brought a special material at all, right? Mage! Tell me you at least have it bandaged. I don't know. I would have hoped that there would at least be something where Gemma goes like, oh, that's interesting. Let me see what I can do with that. You know, some acknowledgement, but it just kind of drops new armor in your crafting list without telling you that it's there. Stop laying it. Well, go bandage it, you goober. No! Now! Right now. to go down a flight of stairs and... I've seen your face in the shadows. I've seen your face in the places I wasn't meant to be. Whisper about you. The men in the bar, the windows like the doors at night. You see a willow on fire. They'll kill the man for walking alongside of the line. I think your tapping's gonna be a lot worse if you spill blood everywhere! You just spurting blood and being like, this is fine. We toss things and death here. Keep quiet. No, my man, no machine, not when you run anyone tonight. Okay, that feels better. That feels better. Who's next? What's next? Oh, make it look like the cruise chaser. God, that armor is so dumb. Like, I don't hate that it exists. You know, they did the one that makes you look like a Gundam. And there's the other, like, robot knight armor. It's like, you know what? If someone wants to go that route with their character, more power to them. I'm not wearing it, but to each their own. That's why we have the options. The Ardian gear is, like, it's just part of the Ardian unlock. It's really weird because there's the Ardian armor, but I don't think it has the same, like, crafting behavior as the Ardian weapons. I think it's just there as an armor set that you can make. Which is, like, fine. It's just kind of odd that they did that. City. I don't know. In general, I don't really like the Ardian stuff. I don't really like that it exists. It feels like it takes away from the regular crafting tray, but I don't know. Whatever. I don't like that the system feels like the obvious thing to do, and you're deliberately not. You have to deliberately not engage with the Ardian system. I'm not. I don't care to play with it. I would rather do monster crafting. I get for some, honestly, I feel like for some people, you know, they're the build theory crafters and everything, you know, the people that really like min-maxing their stuff. I feel like even if I were into that, I would be more interested in trying to figure out, like, how can I make the most out of the equipment that is available, not Okay, well, how many god rolls do I need to do until I can get the perfect greatsword? If people want to engage with it, that's their choice. I'm not going to tell them they can't, but I have no interest in it. I'm just gonna keep on restoring the balance of nature all over Rathalos' face until I get all the parts I need. Instagram, which isn't bad. I do wish they balanced more of the monster weapons. Better stand with the Ardian. Yeah, I feel like that would have been okay if it were just sort of there as a gap fill for when the monster tree doesn't necessarily provide something that you're looking for. It would be okay. But I don't know. As it stands, I feel like it is not a harmonious system. I still need to do some Gormagala fights. I'm still... I mean, at some point, it kind of gets to a point where you're like, you just have one of everything, because why not? But I'm still kind of going through the list of like, okay, well, I want to have this one. This seems like, you know, my preferable fire bow, and this seems like my preferable thunder weapon, and my preferable this and that, right? So kind of making decisions on what to prioritize. But eventually, yeah, I might want to do that at some point. I've got a couple of Gormagala items wish listed, so I'll definitely want to sit down and work on him. I feel like Gormagala is more fun to do as a group. Some stuff is fine solo, or even I kind of prefer to do them solo, but some stuff is just kind of like, let's go kill him. Let's go beat him to death with hammers. Or hunting horns. It's like hammers plus. Every time people say Jin, I think they mean Jinkitsu. Too micro focused when we still have entire sections that hasn't. We need to mod the game so that when Jin Dahad does its roar, it's Jin screaming. Oh, this needs to happen. I have a project for later. Do it, and post it. And let me know when it's done. I gotta see it. Oh, we cooking. We gonna have a right feast. Um, I feel like so they wouldn't be rage per se, but I feel like there was some good screams in the Outer Wilds VoDs that you can make use of. It is very interesting watching people go through Outer Wilds and like figure out stuff very quickly that took you ages to find, but then they like struggle to find stuff that you found instantly. Like everyone's experience with the game is a little bit different. I wish it was an area level mod. You could probably ask her. I imagine she would be okay with it. I wish I had the time to do actual editing stuff. If I had the time to do editing, I probably still wouldn't. I would probably just use it to do more drawing and such. But it would be nice to do some like video editing and clip compilations and whatnot. One of my friends, Beckett, actually does quite a bit of video editing for their channel. It is an art form unto itself. No, it does make sense, and it's good. I respect sort of, you know, being aware of the boundaries and the propriety of it. But I don't know. I feel like the trust would be there. And if you had, you know, a reason, as opposed to just being like, hey, can I have this? Can I do this? I don't know. I think it would be fair. I have to look up Wild's ID. I do want to put together a little clip compilation, not a big one, just a couple strung together from the Wilds playthrough. I feel like that would be fun. 13. The one thing that I wish, and I hope gets better. So with World, it was really easy. We didn't do it a ton, but it was easy enough on stream to just be like, you guys want to play a little bit of Monster Hunter? And then, you know, people would say yes, and we could just boot up Monster Hunter World, and it works. It just works, and we go, and we do a hunt or two, and it's fun, and then we call the stream. And I feel like we can't do that with Wild, because it's like, okay, we're gonna do well. Let me shut down everything else, right? Except for OBS and VTube Studio. We gotta pull everything together, and then we can try and boot it up. It feels like it's so much more work to prepare for that, and that kind of sucks. Arkveld is a pretty fun fight. Between the two, I prefer Raydow to Arkveld. I think I like Raydow more. But both are good. Both is good. I like Jindahad. Jindahad's a fun fight. It feels a little... It almost feels like a Final Fantasy raid, right? In that it's like, okay, so we start here and we fight for a little while, and then he goes over to this other area and we fight, and then we go over here, and this is the first time that he can get up on the pillar and do his breath attack, and then we pull him down, and you know, he's not gonna do the room wipe until we get to this area because there's no obstacles to pull down. And I don't know, it feels very choreographed compared to a lot of the fights. I know that's just the type of fight that it is, and it's fine, but I wouldn't mind a little bit of mix up on it, you know? Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they do some of that, right? Like, it's fine. I don't hate it. It's just... I think what I would personally like to see... Fuck Utduna. What I would personally like to see would be, like... Okay, this is the starting point. And then there's like 2 or 3 possible locations that he could go to from here. And then 2 or 3 possible locations for the next area, right? So there's like just more variety in what the monster might do and where we have to go and what we have to react to. Cool. You're probably gonna want to write that down later, boss. I'm not gonna add it in right now, but I appreciate it. Okay, I don't know why I just had a brain fart. It's okay. Da, 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 da. Probably can, yeah. I don't... Can you see who's in the squad when they're not online? Judging by person... Well, who could that be, I wonder? I don't like how this is coming along. Let's just simplify it for now. We can hack it up later. Da, da, da. It was me, Dio. So, I linked it on Discord, but if you guys know the YouTube channel, my name is Bife. And technically his name is My Name is Bife, not Bife. So the poor guy did a video a couple months back discussing some of the lore in Monster Hunter, because his whole thing is he's a big old lore nerd, and you know, the majority of his content up to this point has been Destiny related. But you know, sort of with the way Destiny has gone and some of his own frustrations with it, he has decided to sort of branch out some of his content to cover other franchises, other things that he likes or is interested in. So he got to do a video a little while back talking about some of the stuff in Monster Hunter and some of, you know, what the mobile game that they were working on might be alluding to. I give up on Disney. Yeah, fair. I don't hold that against you at all. But and yeah, he took it in stride. He took it like a gentleman, but there was a lot of sort of feedback in the comments of that video of like, hey, good to see ya. Glad you're talking about the game. Good to have you with us. This is wrong, or this is not correct, or this is inaccurate conjecture, etc., etc., etc. And so part of his solution to that feedback, you know, obviously was to do more research and better acquaint himself with the franchise. But the video that he released is like an hour and a half long. Yeah, almost exactly an hour and a half long. Sitting down and talking with Oceanus, who is a longtime Monster Hunter lore nerd and a very sort of central figure in the Monster Hunter lore community. And so, yeah, there was a lot of... I haven't watched the whole video, but they're just sort of talking about like the game itself and the process of documenting and parsing the lore of the series, because it's such a clusterfuck. You know, some of the older games that aren't accessible anymore and attempts to preserve those, and, you know, a lot of the lore books never being localized, and just all kinds of interesting challenges. But one of the interesting things that Oceanus brought up, so Monster Hunter Wilds is made using the RE engine, which was obviously used for the Resident Evil remakes, but then was also used for Dragon's Dogma 2, which was kind of a major stress test of the engine's capabilities to do large scale stuff like this, right? Because Resident Evil doesn't really do like big scenes with lots of stuff and people in them, right? You might have situations like in Resident Evil 8 where you get like a big sweeping vista, and you know, you can see a lot of the valley with the castle in the background, right? So you might have moments of a big scene, but then whenever anything is actually like more complicated, you're in like a village square or a couple of rooms, or you know, up on the bailey around the castle, so you can see the castle in the background, but the actual like active area that you're playing in is still very confined, and it's you and maybe a couple of enemies, right? So Resident Evil is very smart at We have another skeleton of a Dalamador. Oh, those Alligans always getting up to shit. But what Oceanus was explaining that was very interesting to me, it was sort of like, hey, it's like poetry. Apparently, way back in the pre-production days for the original Monster Hunter, the type of game that they were looking at making was more akin to something like Dragon's Dogma, where essentially you would be like this knight that would delve into dungeons in search of treasure, and you would try and like steal it from dragon hordes, and you know, the dragon would wake up and then you would have to fight the dragon and escape. And they sort of went down that route, you know, did testing and iteration and sort of lean more and more into the monster fighting, and wound up with Monster Hunter as we know and love it. Well, not as we know and love it. We got Monster Hunter 1, and then the iteration began. So, I don't know. I agree. The general premise of what they were thinking to do sounds interesting, but I think what we got is definitely much more unique. But it is funny to me that it's like, you know, we started with something sort of Dragon's Dogma-esque evolving into Monster Hunter, and then we got Dragon's Dogma 2 as sort of the proof of the engine being able to support something as grandiose as Monster Hunter. It's like it keeps coming back. The fates of these two games are intertwined. Of course, at the time, Dragon's Dogma didn't exist. Then Dragon's Dogma wouldn't be a thing for a long time to come, but the fact that the comparisons are still made is very fascinating. Oh yeah, I agree. That said, you know, if someone wanted to try and make that game, I think that could be cool. I think that could be fun. Indies? Any indies? Need some ideas to spitball? So, yeah, I need to get through the rest of the video, but it is fun. It's a fun video. I'm glad Bife is enjoying it. I think he did a few videos getting into 40k because fucking everybody gets into 40k at some point. I don't hate 40k, I just don't care that much about it. I feel like it's one of those things that once it gets mentioned, it kind of just overtakes a conversation. So this is a complete tangent, but you know, I was, you know, I like listening to music on YouTube. I've got all my favorites there, and the algorithm has a general idea of the music that I like and will sort of cycle me back through it. It works okay. But YouTube has become a completely unserviceable path, a completely unserviceable platform for starting out as a musician. It just doesn't work anymore. Full stop. Because I will have I'll listen to a song. It reaches the end of the video and it pops up, that 4x3, 4x4 grid of recommended videos. And there is, without fail, a video in there that is new, maybe a couple days, couple weeks old, only has no more than a couple dozen views on it. Maybe that's a new person. Maybe that's some new artist trying to break out, trying to, get their lucky break and put some music out there for people to enjoy. But it's most likely AI bullshit. And so I never click on them. A lot of times I report them as spam. Maybe it is someone honestly trying to make it work, but I have no way of knowing that, and I'm not going to engage it. And that really sucks because I hate just assuming that it's that, but I don't have anything else to operate off of, right? So, I don't know. It bothers me that it's like this should be a way that, amateur musicians and startup bands and everything can sort of use it as a platform to get views on their stuff and get engagement and get people excited, etc., etc. But at this point, if you are out there with only a little bit of attention on your channel and you're only getting a few views, you are basically indistinguishable from an AI content farm. And if I were YouTube, I would honestly be concerned about that, because that actually lowers the value of the platform, right? There's an actual use case for YouTube, and they're suffocating it. Actually, some of the great kit for the Jihad bit. Do it. Do it. Remember, mage, the bit finds a way. Okay. I feel like we're getting there. I feel like we are working through this at a pretty good pace. This is still just a placeholder. I'm not sure what I'll do with that yet. I'll figure something out. Turns out you can expect elements on the page to clip and yank it from the code. Oh, there's so much internet security that basically just assumes that the internet user has no idea how to actually, like, interact with the browser at all. It's kind of great and kind of concerning. There's a bunch of steps for me. It sure do. Let it all out. Things I can do without. Come on. No, stick to the group. Stick to the group. Stick to the part. There we go. Good. Okay. So what I want to do now, because we still have parts that we need to paint, right? We still got to do the midsection, we still got to do this other parts of the arm, we still got to do the vest, which admittedly is not as many as I initially thought, but I'm not really happy with the face just yet. So I kind of want to go in and clean that up a bit more. So he's from scrubbing the VoD timeline and timestamping so I can cut it myself. Yeah, scrubbing through VoDs fucking sucks. Not a big fan, would not recommend. Shine, shine, let it all out. These are the things I can do without. Come on. Okay, so I'm gonna move you forward a bit like that, and then you. I'm gonna play a song, and it is entirely a joke on the fact that she has still not gotten it. And she's never gonna get it. I feel like if Jin ever actually gets this song on Bandle, it'll be the last time we play Bandle. It's like, oh, that's it. That's the end of the daily. Can feel it coming in the air tonight. Hold on. I've been waiting for this moment throughout my life. Hold on. Guys, save. If you're working on something, save it right now. Right now. If you're playing a game, save it right now. If you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. See your face before my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Yes, go clean your finger. God damn it. Thank you for hanging out, Mage. I appreciate it. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you heal up and feel better tomorrow. I hope you have a very good midweek. Everyone say goodnight. Yeah, I have had those moments where something sharp starts falling and like I start to go to like catch it or like stop it with my foot and I have to go, no. Just let it happen. This one's gravities. Again, it's that brain thing of like the automatic reaction to try and catch something, and you have to override it and go, not this one, Chief. Well, I remember, don't worry. Stay close for a while, so it should be alright. Well, they should work faster than your brain. That's why they're your reflexes. That's the whole point. For me, the hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. It's no stranger to you and me. Hold on. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. I don't think I tried it. I don't like it. Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad. It heals up quickly. I can feel it in the air. Thank you, Mage. And good vibes to you as well, Machum. Get some good rest and feel better tomorrow. Everyone say goodnight. Say goodnight right now. What am I doing? I learned a while ago to just not try and not do silly voices. I'm gonna do the silly voices. I can't help it. This is just how my brain works. And it's gonna be like that. You know what I want. Why are you pretending you don't know what I want? Revving up the engine, listen to a howling roar. Revving on the tension, begging you to touch and go. Away to the danger zone. right into the danger zone. Waiting at the twilight, spreading out her wings tonight. She got you jumping off the deck, shoving in overdrive. There we go. Okay, that's a bit better. I like the shape of the face a bit more. And then the other question, I think, so I'm going to duplicate all this just so that I can kind of mess with this and see if I can get it doing what I want without destroying the old one. If I move this, okay, nope, never mind. So we kind of bring this down and then bring this over and bring that up like that. And then we bring this down like that. Just adding a little bit of like the perspective, the wrapping of the face, right? I think one very common drawing mistake, myself included, is not sort of taking the dimensionality of the face into account, right? The fact that it's not a perfectly flat plane, that the eyes are sort of recessed at an angle, which is what gives that the ability, the peripheral vision, right? It's very important. Right, so if we turn the old one back on and we do a before after, you see how it adds just a bit of like dimensionality to it. There's a little bit of weirdness that happened there as well that we're going to need to go in and clean up, but I think that gives us a pretty good starting point. Walking by the north, the shadows will not fall, they silently ignore. Nourished by the noise, living without choice is a life without a voice. When you can't even say my name, as the memory gone, are you feeling numb? Go on, call my name. I can play this game, so I ask again. The memory gone, are you feeling numb? Or have I become invisible? Dreamers wish away. As a mountain goes, it's a one-way go. Okay, so I do like that, and I think we're just gonna move the nose a bit farther over. No one hears a word they say. The memory gone, now you're feeling the word they say. But a voiceless crowd isn't backing down. Can you say my name? Is a memory gone? Now you feel numb, or you're becoming visible. Let's see. Ooh, yes. Night, the word is mine. Nobody else out here. It's time, run wild, royally cavalier, to burn, ignite, do it for so much less. The sweet, it's a reality that I feel. Awake, will I get a ride with you in this reserve too? Or an endless stream of choices with the softest murmur of voices. There we go. Okay, cool. And then you. It's a bit better. I'm still not 100% on this nose, but it's feeling closer, I think, to what I want. It's too painful now. I'm ready to fight, to run from the light. There we go. Okay, yeah, and then bring this down a little bit. And I cease to be. Yeah, better. I think part of it might also just be to not make the shadow on the nose quite so intense. False kings in bed. And so I spread it out so it's not quite so like hard on, you know, the bridge of the nose. My darkness quiet, peace is haunting melody. Yeah, yeah, that's not bad. Cool. Okay, I feel better about that. I think we still can polish it up a little bit more, but better. Better. And I'm sorry, guys. If anyone was like really hoping for work on the animatic tonight, but I think why don't we make that potentially a Thursday thing? I don't have a concrete plan for working on the game on Thursday. I just don't know sort of what I would want to do there, if that makes sense, right? Because we've got those animations to trim down, and we can do that, but I don't know. I don't feel like that's exciting stream content, you know? It's more just kind of something that has to get done. But I don't know. I think if we do art time on Thursday, we'll work on the animatic then. But I feel like we've got momentum going with this right now. I just want to keep working on it. Okay, so we're gonna do something a little weird. We're gonna do something a little crazy. We're gonna hide all of these guys. So we're just working on the vest. Just working on the vest for a bit. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's not clipped. That explains that. Yeah, because I want to work on all four of these just to kind of get them leveled up in tandem with each other. Oh, what did I use for this? I think... yeah, it was this one. And then we can bring that back over here. Okay, so we'll crop that into position as we need to, but that's for a little later. Oh, you know what? Let's get the vest and then we'll worry about the pins in a little bit. One thing at a time. In my head. Yeah, because these two need to blend together, you know, as seamlessly as we can possibly make it, we want to sort of work on them together with that visibility and make sure that they're going to behave. Make sure that they work well as a unit. I'm gonna sort of go back and forth between the two as we gotta. Like that. There we go. Good, good, good. Technically, I could have these two parts be meshed together. That would even make more sense, but it's not. Big deal? Fuck it. We can bring this closer together. These guys are supposed to be cohesive. So it's good overdraw if we make them up a little bit larger to that end. And then I'm gonna hide this for a minute just so I can do a good draw through and clearly see what I'm doing. Okay, getting this line, this edge is exactly right is not nearly as important because you're not going to see it. Okay, and then what I think we're going to want to do is essentially we'll sort of go back and forth with these two tones. Right, because we're gonna get a little bit of fill lighting. Excuse me. We're gonna get a little bit of fill lighting that sort of manages to backfill the part that floats away from the body. But then these parts, probably not as much. Give me 1 second, chat. Just had to pour myself a bit more tea. So yeah, we'll see what this looks like. A little bit of a edge bevel like that. Okay, I think that'll feel good. Let's bring the vest back up. Merges nicely, very clean looking. That should work. Let's do one more thing. I'm just gonna very gently add a little bit more shadow along the top there. Yeah. Cool. I like that. Then we can get back to this front part. There we go. I do want to make sure that as much as we can, as much as we do, you know, as much as I can with a given piece, that we make this one really solid. Like, if it feels like it's not working, I would rather not have it be the intro screen, you know? If we start every stream with an art piece that I'm not happy with, then it's like, that's bad juju. I do think it's coming along, but I still am kind of like, please be good, please be good, please be good, please be good. At the same time, it's time for an update. Because we have been using the same starting screen for a long time. And I know, Sonic, you were saying earlier that you like it, and I appreciate that. But I do feel like it is time for a change. A mix-up. A something new. There we go. We don't need someone to hold. There we go. Let's just darken this down a little bit. This is glowing a little much for an edge that isn't really catching much light. Shit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, just knock that down a bit. There we go. Okay, what's next? Excuse me. Okay. What the hell? Okay. Let's just, I think, reduce the edge thickness here a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna have to clean up the pattern design, but the pattern design was already pretty messy, so it's not a big loss. There we go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I was kind of going at this a little bit backwards, right? Like, I didn't want the edge to be too thick, but there does have to be sort of a wrapping away from the light. Yeah. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay, cool. Cool, good, and yes. Okay, and then I think because of the angle, we're actually not going to see much of this edge over here, right? So we can really knock that down. And we'll mess with it in a bit. Maybe I should redesign this vest. I'm not going to do it right now just because I don't know what I would redesign it to look like. Well, and that makes me wonder if I should just remove it from the drawing. And we revisit that later, right? Maybe I can add it in at a later date. That might be the better idea, actually. Like, it looks okay without it, right? I think it would be more interesting, right? We can have the movement going on with the vest if we had that, which would be fun. But I don't know. If I feel like I kind of want to redesign the vest anyway, it would be weird to have it like have the old version in the drawing and then have a different thing on the model. Yeah, let's take it out for now. We'll take it out for now. If I figure out what I want to do with the vest, we can come back. We can add the new version in and just update the intro screen at that point. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the play. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't draw the vest that often, and I feel like I don't hate the design. honestly, I think like in terms of the color arrangement and everything on the body, I like where it sits. It just, a lot of the details I think are really like overly complex and don't add that much interest to it. So we'll fuss with it later. Add that to the list of projects. Sorry, chat. We put a bunch of time into that, thinking about it, and working on it, and then I'm just like, meh. But some days it do be like that. Some days you just have that about face of going, actually, you know what? No, not this. There we go. Wait, that's the wrong direction. Whatever. Whatever. That's alright. It's right here. There we go. Now that I know it's done, used to be. Okay. Can't remember if we listened to this or not. You know, I put together a little playlist of like mecha action music, songs from Gundam, Macross, and a few other things to put on while I was playing Mecha Break. Never used it. Never used it because by the time I had it ready, it was time for it was time for Monster Hunter, and then the Mecha Break beta ended. And it's like, alright, well, fine. 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 We shall hold on to it in the hope that Mecha Break returns and it's good, and it's worth playing, and it's not a microtransaction dumpster fire. What seems to be the general hope of people with the game at this point? It's like, guys, we like it, we want to play it, please don't make it a nickel and dime hellscape where we can't actually play the game without like 20 microtransactions. you gotta put a box price on your game, just do it. Just do it. Would rather see that. I do wonder how much the decisions on that part will be made by the non-Western audience, because I feel like Americans and Europeans are very sort of like, yeah, just box price, it's fine. And even Japanese consumers, I think, would be very used to that. But I feel like Korean and Chinese markets might be much more open to, you know, free-to-play microtransaction models, because that's just more what they're more used to. Whereas it's very sort of stigmatized in Western markets. And the US, I think it's a very mixed bag. I think there's sort of some areas where it's like, okay, fine, microtransaction, gotta do it, whatever, fine, yeah, just do it. The general rule being, as long as it doesn't, like, as long as it's not pay to win, right? As long as it doesn't afford power or benefits to the person paying, that the person not paying is going to really feel the squeeze, then it's like, all right, you know, this is tolerable, this is acceptable. But I don't know, even with that, I still have my limitations. Like, you know, Final Fantasy had box prices for the expansions and a monthly subscription, which I was always pretty okay paying the subscription. I felt like I was getting a good amount of content, and so I felt like, yeah, I'm happy paying to get this content released on a regular basis. It's a story that I'm enjoying and gameplay that I'm enjoying, and that's fine. But then they also had a microtransaction store with, you know, cosmetics that, you know, additional like glamour items, and I never bought any of those. I refused to, on top of the other purchases that I was making to play the game, give them more money for cosmetic items. And I'm just like, no, fuck off. It was a bridge too far. I think what I would hope happen, even if Mecha Break does go the way of microtransaction hell, I feel like there's been a very energetic response to it. I feel like people have, you know, engaged with it. So even if it doesn't go well, even if it's kind of a wash in that regard, hopefully other people, other developers, you know, see that there is enthusiasm and sort of try and throw their hat into the ring. See if they can get it to work for them. Because I feel like that's what happened with horror games. after Silent Hill PT, right? That, you know, we had this game that everybody, all the horror fans were like, holy shit, yes, this is great. This is the greatest thing to happen to horror games in years. This is so exciting. And then Konami gave it cement shoes and threw it in the river. And I honestly feel like there was like such a response of like such a gut-wrenching response that people went, fine, we'll do it ourselves, right? And we got sort of this renaissance of horror games, indie and AAA, of people sort of responding to PT. So I'm not, you know, expecting a reaction that strong, but I would hope that some people go, oh, there is interest in mecha games. Should we try making one? I feel like we've even kind of gotten a similar thing in space games, right? Because we had Elite Dangerous, which, like at the turn of the decade, took a real nosedive, right? People were not happy with Odyssey. People were leaving the game in huge numbers. There was definitely kind of a question of, you know, is Elite going into a death spiral that it's going to get put into maintenance mode and have just sort of a skeleton crew maintaining it, but the content releases for it are over. That was definitely in my mind. I can't imagine I was the only one. You know, Star Citizen has been in development for like 12 years now, and while it seems to be making gradual progress, it's still a very slow, lumbering project that keeps sort of tripping over its own feet. And I feel like, you know, especially after Elite fumbled and people were looking at, you know, these two big juggernauts of the genre just not making it happen, I feel like no small number of space game enthusiasts got kind of fed up and said, fine, we'll make our own fucking space games and we'll make them the way that we want. We'll make them play the way that we want. And, you know, none of them are as like total of a fantasy fulfillment as Elite or Star Citizen, because of course they don't have the resources to do that. But I do feel like a lot of there is still a lot of interest in people sort of saying like, okay, well, you know, here's a game that really caters to this particular part of the fantasy, right? You got Star Trucker, you've got Falling Frontier is still somewhere on the way, Everspace, Void Crew, you know, just a bunch of different games being like, well, this is the part of the space fantasy that we really cared about and really wanted to sort of see come to fruition, so we made our own version that does that. That is one of the advantages, I think, of the such an open industry where so many people have the ability to make video games, is you get to see people going, well, this is what I want to see. This is the kind of game that I want to see. And rather than, you know, wait and pray that some big studio makes it, they actually have the tools to go make it themselves. I think that's great. I think that is a wonderful opportunity. Sorry, one second. I'm looking for... I think I need this color. looks, right? Okay, so we got that, and then we're just gonna sort of pinken up one side of it. Like that. We're gonna darken one side of it like that. We're gonna blue in, is that a word? One side like that. I've been worried there are good games that get lost out. Oh, 100%. 100%. Absolutely. There are wonderful games that get made and, you know, by just sheer bad luck don't get picked up. They don't get a lot of attention. And they just kind of sit in the back. And sometimes there's a little bit of justice, and like ages later, right? The someone will notice it, right? Maybe a streamer or a let's player. They'll pick it up, or one of the handfuls of fans will recommend it to them, and they'll go, oh, interesting, right? And then that sort of ignites word of mouth, and the game goes viral, and they finally get their moment, right? It happens. It's not all the time, but it happens. But yeah, I imagine there are any number of good games, like just genuinely, honestly good games that we don't hear about because there's a billion of them. You know, I do appreciate that Steam is doing things like Next Fest to try and get a little bit more visibility on some titles, some projects that might not get attention otherwise. Yeah, it's like, you got a demo for a game you're working on? Great, show it. Get it out here. Give people a chance to see what you're doing. Because yeah, otherwise, I mean, honestly, I do not have, it's too early, but I do not have a marketing plan for Pages, right? I don't know, other than working on the stream and talking about it, I don't know what I'm gonna do to like convince people or even let people know that it exists. Yeah, the good part of the democratization of a field is that anybody and everybody can get involved, right? with the democratization of the music industry, anyone and everyone can make and release music without having to go through the record labels. The downside is that everyone can, and there's so much music. How do you find the stuff that you want to listen to? How do you find the good shit? right? And unfortunately, the answer has sort of become, well, you know, there's no way that we can have a human curator or a team of human curators. There's too much for them to go through. It's an insane proposition, and the unfortunate answer that we have landed on for right now is, well, if we can't have a human curator, let's do a machine curator. Let's have the algorithm. Because that worked. Yeah, that's a work in progress for sure. And yeah, it's hard even for the big folks, right? Like, Monster Hunter came out February 28th. Do you know any other games that came out February 28th? I don't. I'm sure there were. I'm sure there were smaller titles or something, you know, indie projects or whatnot. Someone else must have existed, dared to exist at the end of the month. But nobody was listening. Well, I'm sure somebody was listening, but you get my hyperbolic example. It's like, this is the thing that we are doing right now. The general consensus is Monster Hunter or stop. You know, right now we're looking at Assassin's Creed coming out on the 20th, and again, Helldivers is releasing a War Bond on the 20th, and I'm more excited for that. I feel like there's a lot of eyes on this Assassin's Creed launch, not necessarily out of excitement in the typical oh boy new game sense, but more a lot of people looking to see, like, so what happens to Ubisoft as a company? Because if Assassin's Creed does not do well, and I don't know how well it would have to do to constitute doing well enough, Ubisoft as the company we know might not continue to exist. This might be their Hail Mary. But I don't know, is anything else happening on March 20th? Probably. There's so many games getting released, and Steam has game releases literally every day. People just putting stuff onto the platform. You know, it's not all big deals. It's a lot of like little projects, shovelware. You know, Valve is trying to crack down on shovelware, but it's hard to get all of it preemptively. What the fuck? They do the best they can with that. What's next? Listen to that. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know, as you said, sort of, how do you make sure that all the stuff that deserves to get seen gets seen? And how do you even constitute? How do you define? How do you decide what deserves to get seen, right? Who gets to be the arbiter of that? Okay. I'm going to lighten the neck up a little bit because I feel like the face is getting too disconnected from it. Have you since become a pedestal? Read this. Where's Messiah since become a pedestal? Better. Okay, we still have one more arm segment to color in, to paint in. We've got one more hair segment. A little bit more polish on the hair in general I'd like to do. And we still have to do the halo. And then we have to really work on the background because that's sitting not great. It's sitting very bare bones. Actually, I think that'll be a good place to sort of work on a bit for to wrap up the stream. Partially involves deciding what I actually want to do with it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. So wilder to the wilder, the wilder, the wilder to the wilder, to the wilder. Okay, I do have pressure. It's just behaving a little weirdly. Sorry, I just want to double check because my brush feels like it's not. Okay, it is having pressure, it's just being very fussy about it. What are you doing, Mike? Thickness, brush size. Okay, yeah, it is. Bend it down a little bit. Okay. An okay start. I just don't really like quite where it's sitting conceptually. But we can cook with that. I think it felt too like solid. It didn't have the right sort of layering and then breakup. It was too much. Yeah, why is the brush on, or the pressure on this not working right? Okay, maybe that's the problem. Well, it helps a little bit, but if we go here, minimum value. I know I started with this and I deleted it and I went back, but I have an idea. I have a notion. Let's set this to overlay. Low intensity, just enough to sort of give like a hazy feel to it, right? Yeah. What is this? Oh, that's that. If we take this and we do it, it's okay. It's okay. I feel like it's not quite what I have in mind. Then of course the question is, well, what do I have in mind? What is it that I want? Let me put another song on while I think, while I ruminate. Because we're gonna have the effects that are going like on top of this, right? So the background doesn't need, if the background in fact is too busy, it could come across as being very like, it could be distracting. It could be too much. Here's an idea. What if we did something a little bit simpler even? Excuse me. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the haze effect where it is. I kind of like that. We're gonna make a new layer and we're gonna, what does this end up looking like? It looks like that. I don't even know what this brush was supposed to be. It's fucked now, but I don't know what it was originally. Okay, so we'll take this. I think it was supposed to be this, but then it like lost its brush head, so it's just a bunch of freaky deaky circles. Okay, that could work. I don't like the brushwork on it, but I like the idea. So we're getting somewhere. Okay, and there's always possibility of the lazy way. Do I even have the right one for this? I think that might have been it. Yeah, I think that was the closest one we're gonna get. Okay. And then what does that do? Nope, not that, not that. I think it's this one. Yeah, good. That's working. That's starting to work for me. I think just something that sort of provides some interest in the background without being too like busy or demanding, right? And then where's there? Let's sort of increase the count, the density right along the cloud, right? Yeah. So then if we actually come back in and we add the circles at a higher intensity, we can start to see sort of how that might play with the effects that'll be going on, right? I'm not drawing them in to this because I need to have them able to move around independently. So if I make it part of the drawing, that becomes a lot harder to work with. So we're sort of having to like keep it in mind without actually having it be like fully integrated, which admittedly is making things a little complex. Oh, you know what I haven't? Ina dropped a new song recently and I haven't listened to it yet. Let's pull that up. I'm assuming it's on her channel. There it is. Yeah, perfect. Okay. I like where it's going. I like where it's headed. I think now that we have a bit more of like what the background is going to do, right? And sort of an idea of here's maybe where the circles are going to sit. I think there's a couple of things that we'll want to do to sort of bring up the intensity of the lighting on the character a little bit, just to make it like pop from the background more, right? There's a couple of things. It's like, it's not quite standing out yet to me, but it's close, right? Excuse me. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not quite happy with it yet, but I do think it's getting there. I do want to make one quick adjustment just because I think it'll be fairly easy to touch up if we bring this in. I just want to sort of adjust the positioning of the hair back piece to feel a bit more like it's sort of following the upward curve that we're drawing. But yeah, then we're just gonna sort of pull this down, balance that out. Yeah, that's a bit better. So yeah, before, maybe just scale it in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, we'll polish up the exact drawing of it a little bit better just so that it follows the shape. But I think it is getting there. All right. We've got a couple more minutes, so just a couple of little touches for my own satisfaction while we're just to wrap things up, right? That was a good cover. I like that. Oh no, that was an original. Nice. That was a very good cover. That was a very good song. I said cover again. It was not. My apologies. I'm sorry, Ina. Okay. Yeah, I just want to sort of round this shape out a little bit. I feel like the current design or the current sit is a little too like flat to the camera. I just want something a little bit more interesting and dynamic. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think the alternative would be to like inflate it out a little bit more, right? But I feel like that's... Oh. work. Start bringing it out like that, maybe? Okay, yeah, maybe that does work, alright. I feel like it's almost exactly where we started, but it's fine. Where are you? There you go. You're looking up. And I know. Okay. It is coming along. It is coming along. I think we're getting to a point where I'm pretty happy with it. I do think dropping the Halo, or not the Halo, dropping the Fest was the right call for now. Because I can go back in, we can add it in at a later time when I'm like happier with it. I do feel like I want to redesign the vest. And then at that point we can put the new one in. And it'll feel good. It's not so much that I want to like completely change the vest or anything. It's just kind of the pattern work on it. It's like, maybe take another crack at that. Find something that I'm like, maybe a little bit happier with. Or not even happier, just like, sits nicer. I don't know. My brain is clearly done for the evening. And you know what? Fair. I think that is where we gotta call it for tonight, chat. 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Let's find someone we can raid. Let's find someone we can raid. We managed to get through. We managed to get through the whole stream without using the mean counter once. So I'm gonna call that one a win. Alright, what's going on? Who's around? Who's doing stuff tonight? A lot of folks. It's a busy evening. Did I see? No. I think Eden was streaming, but I think she already finished for the night. She keeps to her schedule very diligently, and I respect that. I think that's a good idea. Let's see. Who do we want to say hi to tonight? Okay. We might go say hi to Jay. Looks like Jay's working on some art herself. Otherwise, might go see if there's a new art friend to say hello to. Let me just check the category and see if there's something there that strikes the fancy. Or maybe recommended. Oh my god, Sad Pocky's playing Star Citizen? What? What? I didn't know she played Star Citizen. Huh. let's see. Well, let me ask. Would you guys... I'm not actually sure. Do you guys have any preference on art versus citizen? Actually, I don't think we've ever raided Sad Pocky before. I've visited her stream through raids, but I've never done a raid myself. So why don't we go? Why don't we go say hi to Sad Pocky? Yeah, she's just doing a little comfy cozy salvaging and just hanging out. So why don't we go say hi to that? What should our raid be tonight? Why don't we just do a comfy raid? There we go. Okay. See, it only took me like 3.5 minutes to decide who to raid this time. That's progress, right? Alright. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I always appreciate it. I always enjoy it. Thursday, we might do some dev stuff. I haven't decided. I'm kind of leaning towards working on the animatic, but we'll see where we get to. And then I know we have Thursday to get through, obviously, because that's how time works. But just a reminder, we are going to have a short special raid on Friday. I'm not going to say what it is yet. You got to look forward to it. I hope to see you guys there. Let's get the bus going. Let's get the bus rolling before I forget and just ramble on and on. Okay, there we go. Oh, also before I forget, everyone say bye-bye YouTube. Let's see if just shutting it off through OBS